Oh my gosh, no wonder. I was getting a notification. Had the microphone muted on some of my applications. Okay. Now we should be squared away. Managing too many windows right now. But we should be good. I think we're finally good. Welcome in. If you didn't hear me, Josh, I don't know if I was muted or not, but thanks for showing up again. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. So now let's see. Let me just open up my visual reference here. Hi, Bunny. Thanks for joining. Welcome in. All right. So how do I want to start this? I think we're going to start just with some really simple terrain. I think this is the Axiom mod. So we're in a Minecraft creative world right now, and I'm using the Axiom mod. It gives you the access to this window here, and it lets you use a bunch of different tools, kind of like you're in a 3D modeling software similar to Blender. It's pretty awesome. The whole kind of focus of my channel right now is to try and learn this tool. So if you're at all curious, we're kind of diving into it piece by piece, learning tool by tool and seeing what I can come up with. So far I've made 3 different little biomes to kind of test a couple different tools. We just did this one last stream. I think this turned out pretty good. We're definitely improving as we go. So we've made it this far. This is what we did before that, and it's okay. I'm less happy with this now that I have progressed further. I really don't like the colors on here. I think I could revisit this and do this a lot better. I like this quite a bit more. And if you want a little preview, I can fly this way, I believe. I got my view distance turned down to save on some performance because it's been a little testy, but inside this bubble over here, I can show you the first one we did. So I have this little entrance so I could kind of creep in almost like I'm walking through a cave into this one. But this is the first area we made. I wanted to kind of see if I was building underground, what it would look like. So that's why I threw the big dome over the top. As if in survival, I wanted to build this inside of a cave. I wanted to kind of see what the atmosphere would feel like. And this was me trying to simulate it. I mean, I hope so. I feel like I've progressed a ton. So I'm glad you feel like it's visually showing. I'm pretty pleased so far. I'm really happy with a lot of the choices I made here. Like color choices and shapes and stuff. I think we made something pretty neat. But now that I'm getting more familiar with the tool, I definitely have figured out how to scale things up a lot better. I'm not sure, actually. I've never really toggled spectator mode. What do you use spectator mode for? Let me see here. Skip that. And I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. Oh, you're unrestricted and can fly through the blocks. I think the Axiom camera kind of does that on its own. So you can adjust your fly speed and everything in here. And then I think you can just, yeah, it's kind of built into the mod itself. So whenever you hit the right shift key to toggle whether you're in Axiom or not, because this is like just creative Minecraft here when I'm toggled out, but when I go back in, it pulls up the side panels and whatnot, and then yeah, it lets you can change your fly speed, you can phase through blocks, etc. Thanks for following, Bunny. Yeah, so we're gonna start. We're just gonna come over here and we're gonna see. I kind of want to just start by building up some small slopes similar to this. Nothing too crazy. Trying to remember. Thanks for the heart, Josh. I think I just used elevation last time, and I think I liked this option. Want it larger, much larger than that. Let's see. Maybe I'll just max it out. And then let's see. Yeah, so this is just fine just to add. Since we're in super flat, I want to just have some room to actually work with. So yeah, we want raise for sure. I'm trying to decide how large of an area I want this to be. Because looking at this one, I feel like this was about the right sample size. This felt good to me. So I think I'm going to try to do similar. And we're going to kind of... I think we're just going to do a little bit of a... kind of like an anthill to start with. I want to just build out a little bit of an area. Nothing crazy, nothing special. Just get us started, like I said. Something to work with since this is a super flat. There's only like 3 layers of blocks and it's really easy to break through it. So I think this looks plenty big. I mean, we're hitting render distance, so I guess it's probably definitely fine. So I'll just start with something like this. This is a little... I mean, you can tell it's used with a brush with all the smoothness and whatnot, but we'll see what we can do with it. I don't want to smooth it too much or anything. I might go over it after we've got some more shapes in and try to make it more rigid. I think the first tool I really want to dive with, if you didn't notice by the title, we're working on a volcano. I don't know if I said that or not. So I really want to try and build up. I don't know. Can I change this cone shape if I make it tall? How tall is that? Okay. Because I don't really want it rounded, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Because if I do this, I think I can probably make some shapes out of this. I think we can do that. Color-wise, I think we need to establish a little bit of a palette before we... I mean, I guess we could just build it out of something simple and then apply auto shade as a base and go back in and paint it. That seemed to have worked for the cliffs, so stone will be fine. Let's focus on form. Sorry, my brain's all over the place. I've had a really long morning, so I'm trying to get my thoughts in order. So let's just start. The title, I think, is for when you go back to the description is what shows up in the chat when you join. Oh, really? I didn't even notice that. And I don't think I have anything in the description, so you probably didn't see anything when you joined chat. Well, it is what it is. Yeah, so you can go. Okay. That's okay. We'll let it do its thing. So I think to start off with, I'm just gonna kind of build something up here. I got my keys all switched around. This will be easier if I go. Yeah, I mean, especially the studio app is just, it is a lot different. It is a lot different. All right, let's just fan this out. And I'm probably going to smooth this over and then go back in and make it more rigid again. So we're just trying to build up a mass of blocks pretty much. I don't know why I'm doing it with a cone. This is going to have so many random points, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. We will end up with a shape we want in the end. I did see a lot of things discussing links and whatnot, so it could be that affecting you. I don't know if you have, I know you do on your page, but if you have any in your description and stuff too, I think that impacts. This is looking really bulky right now. I'm gonna have to definitely put some work into this. Let's scale that way up. Is this gonna break? Oh no. Okay, maybe not so much at once. Do not do that. Do not do that. Let's see. It is suffering to calculate that much. I want it to melt away. And I want it to be pretty strong at this point because we have a bunch of cones. Interesting. I wonder what's triggering that. That's a lot to get triggered all at once. That is weird. Can we make this? Hey, good morning. Welcome, Gloopert. Don't mind the big ugly blob that's on the screen right now. I promise I'm trying to fix it. Thanks for the rose. I don't think this is the maneuver. That is hilarious, Bunny. That is hilarious. In what way does that violate a term? That is so golden. Homeless in Sims being offensive is something that is a new level. That is a new level. I don't think I'm liking this. I wonder, can I back this up enough? I think I just like the square. We're just gonna start with a square. Back it up. All right. That's wild. That's so wild. The auto flags are pretty intense. That's so funny though. That's content, truthfully. All right. How does this look if we go larger? Can I make this? Man, I would love if I could make this an actual rectangle. Is that an option in one of these other? That's a pyramid. You were targeted. Thanks for the follow, Jeremy. Appreciate that. Haze, cuboid, a rectangle. Oh, we're in business. You're telling me I can... Okay, that's what we were looking for right there. Now, can I also affect the smoothing? Is that the roundness of the corners? Yeah, we're in business. We're in business. All right, now I keep hitting the dial on my headphones for the audio. All right, so coming from this angle, because this is where I want to enter from. Let's take a look. That's hideous back there. I'll have to fix that. Okay. I want the tallest center point to be over here. And let's see. Back up and take a look. Also, I think my game FOV is turned way down. Yeah. This is about what I typically play at. I was in screenshot mode. We're flattened. So, if that is going to be the tallest point, it should probably be a little bit higher. Is this set to extend to ground? It needs to be. That's a lot of blocks, I know, but we'll see. Because now I can melt this down and get an angle out of it. And I want another tall peak over here, not quite as high. Something like that, I think. And then we can kind of, well, maybe a little bit taller than that. Let's see. Let's drop this down. Honestly, I'm not sure. I just am. I have a picture in my head, and I've got a couple references. I'm just trying to make them meet in the middle. That's the goal. That's the only real goal. So let's do this. So they bridge a little bit closer, and then we'll do a little bit of a dip down. And I think that's the starting point. That gives me the beginning shape. So now, let's see. I don't know why I'm so attached to this rock brush, but I am. It is the way it is. That's an idea. We like new ideas. I think this is going to melt nicely when I actually get into detailing the rock. Get back steep up here, actually, and then we'll spread out from here, similar to this. Try to get some variation in height, makes it a little bit more reasonable once I start to actually smooth things down. In the back. I kind of want I almost want, I guess, like as if it was a bigger mountain at one point and it erupted in the center, kind of caved in, and now it's like two smaller spires is kind of the vibe I'm going for. That's probably a good way to explain it. The picture I'm getting in my head anyways. We'll see if it turns out. I'm never confident to start with. As we do more and more, it seems to be getting better and better, though, so we'll see. Oh, I wanted that to kind of fill in, but that's okay. Let's shrink this back down in the height so that I can actually get into some of these areas. There we go. Actually, I think that's probably the real maneuver, is to kind of start layering these as much as I can. I think it'll start to, if I can decide. Because that'll probably smooth pretty nicely. And we'll see how it goes. Because here, once this is all smoothed out, I'm hoping these main peaks will still have some sort of a jaggedness, but ultimately not be like a straight up cube. We'll see. We'll see. Let's just get the main form in to start with, though. Just trying to get some varying heights. That way everything doesn't look like it's all a cone or a pyramid entirely. Let these slope down a little bit. Kind of like that little curve there. Sorry if the viewing angle is a little funky. And then we'll go steeper here. Actually, I kind of want to have a steeper fall off on one side. I think that would be nice. Let's see. think I might need to build this part right here up. And then we'll be ready to start actually shaping this thing. So let's do this, because I am not quite happy with how that's trending down. I'm really hoping my my vision starts to transfer into the shape here, because right now I'm really not convinced. Okay, let's see. Can it smooth this whatsoever? Let's just dial this in. Will this kind of meld these shapes? I'm hoping. I might have to, if this doesn't work, I might have to just spend a lot more time sculpting. The smoothing is not the fastest, but that's okay. See, like this looks pretty decent as it trends up. I don't mind that. It's getting the height to blend is what I'm curious about. So I need the overall mass to make sense, and then I can go back and I can melt out and kind of carve into it. I think it's doing a pretty good job of getting rid of the initial cube shape that we started with, though. I think this is going to work, especially once we melt away at it. I think it'll be fine. Optimistic at the first result, anyways. We'll see as we keep going. So we get this to smooth out to a big, larger mass. Then, like I said, I can go back and I can kind of carve out, add some more interesting details to it. We can get some nice cracks and crevices carved in. I can go back with a much smaller rock brush and add some bigger peaks to it and whatnot, more jaggedness. This is just to get the overall silhouette kind of started. Because if I come back over here now, you can kind of see it's slowly starting to become something. I won't say anything good yet, but it's starting to become something. I don't know what's up with this spot right here not wanting to blend. That's weird. But it is working with a lot of different angles and shapes, so it's probably just having a little bit of a hard time figuring out where it should be smoothing. Should probably tell it to leave the grass alone, would be wise. Since I see it blending down there, I don't really want that. Although now, with the mask on, it does seem like it's not blending into the grass whatsoever. Oh, that didn't seem to make a difference other than deleting the grass. So maybe it is okay. Oh boy. There we go. Made it think too hard for a second there. Can do it. We can get there. Smooth it out. Strange. Why is it doing that to me? Yeah, I didn't end up getting time to tune in. I actually was busy dealing with some health stuff. I had to go to the doctor this morning and whatnot. When's the next time you're streaming? I kind of don't like how this has no flat sections now. Like it's overly smooth. So I'm definitely gonna have to chisel some stuff out. When are you doing that? Saturday or Sunday? Yeah, I mean, I'll probably tune in while I work on stuff because I have I gotta edit and chop up all the content that we did so far this week, and then whatever I get done today as well. So I'll have lots to work on, and I'll probably want something on in the background. Haven't decided if you're playing more Vintage Story or not yet. I'm in Eastern. All right, let's see. I think this is a much better starting point than what we had. A little bit more of an evening time. Yeah. That's okay. Okay, now is the hard part because now I need to try and make this look rigid or spiky, if you will. I think the goal is to do that with a cube-shaped brush and kind of chisel out different parts. Gotta keep things stocked. Oh my gosh, the grind. The grind is real. Yeah, that's wild. Having to like maintain everything like that, that's crazy. You got to make a charcoal pit and wait for like an hour for it to process like 3 in-game days. That's just crazy. Like actually having to maintain things and stuff like that. Does that kind of immerse you personally? I feel like that sort of level of tediousness makes things feel more like a chore and kind of ruins the game aspect for me personally. I can definitely understand for someone that likes to be like immersed within the world, having, you know, a level of realism or tedium can emphasize that. Oh, hey, Minnie. Why you sending me pregnant man, huh? You gotta hit me with pregnant man. Pregnant man. Nothing like a pregnant man. Let's see if we can get this to look like something. All that time smoothing and building up just to trim it all back away.
Wow, incredibly juicy.
Yeah, scaling it up. I could see that. I'm gonna have to go back and forth with smooth. This is gonna be so nuts. Style that way back. No, too much. Still too much. It's a little bit better. What are the K and U? Wow, those are super friendly hotkeys, huh? Super friendly. I love that. Give me just a tiny rock brush. I want this to have more of a point. Hello? Is it this? That is that. That's quite a big scale up. Alright, let's see. Can I just chisel this out some? How do I get this to do what I want? Let's just dig in here. And then this side is really got to get... We got to ruin it. There we go. I don't know why it's saying I'm adjusting my audio. I'm not. My headphones are tripping. I need a new set bad. I'm gonna have to probably I'm not sure about this. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Not from that angle, but from here. Almost. I need to trim this down. Can I do it from here? Oh, too much. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get close and do it. And I want this built back up a little bit. So let's grab this back, take this off for a second. Build this side back up. And reapply this. And back to melting. Can I dig out just a little bit? I might have to just do some of this by hand. Yeah, I think it's just too... I made it too shallow. I'm going to have to do it by hand probably. Yeah, I'm going to, I want this, the shape I want is probably just so annoying to make. I'm just really making life harder on myself. It's probably easier to just do something. Oh, I forgot. I got to take this off for rock brush. That's what I want. Well, and that's probably too far forward. What I want this to do is have this be a crack that comes down, and then I want this to kind of be like a sharp point here, and then a bit of a sharp point here. I think I need to just do this and then trim it back slower. We'll get there. I'll just try to be patient with it, because I'm trying to get the initial shape in somewhat quickly, because I know the rest is going to take a little while, but the shape is the most important. The volcano is the most important part, so I really should just chill and enjoy the process of it. Let's see, because I kind of like, I want that overhang, but I don't want it to be too rounded, so out here is where I need to trim it back, not inside like last time. So now if I pull back, I think that's not terrible right here. If I add a little bit back in right here and then take the roundness out of this side. I think we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Let's take this off, get our rock brush back, drop it down. Yeah, I think this will work nicely. Let's reduce that height a little bit. Bring this back in. Is this even working? It's not working. Why is it not working? Took the mask off. Do I need the mask on? No. Does it have to be more than one? Is that the problem? Yep. It's having... Oh, you know what? It's probably because of this. If I go back. Oh, not 0, please. Just 1. That's weird. I'm not sure why it can't do a smaller set there, but whatever. We'll figure it out. Get some of this back in here. Yeah, that's so much closer to what I'm hoping that specific piece to look like. And I don't mind this being chopped down, but I want some of it back in. Same here. Just build this back up slightly. Then we can go back to ruining it. Let's see how it goes. Get some of these rounded chunks out of here. How's that look? Okay. I think we're getting somewhere. A little bit of a shape in there now. And then we can trim this back inside. I think it'd probably be helpful. I'm sure there's a way to hollow this out better. I don't know if there's like a hollow command where you can tell it to say, hey, like keep the walls 4 thick or something. That way it's not 35 million blocks, but I'm not sure. We'll see when we get to that point. So from here, on a couple flow spots, so stuff can, well, that needs built back up actually. I think that drops a little too hard. Because I wanted it to kind of come down and then spike back up and then go down. So let's rock brush it again. Like we have been. I think this is my favorite tool. Yeah, I like that. I like that. There we go. And then we can melt that out. That's a little aggressive. Rotate around. Oh, it's just cutting out too much. Can I shrink it? Yeah. I think I'm vibing with that a little bit. It's not too bad. Got a weird rendering artifact there. This spot right here. Just work from the top down and kind of keep trying to get shapes that I like as we go. I could probably just add a couple blocks in there by hand if I was really being that picky about it. I'm liking this. It's all fine. Other than this right here, I'd like to trim out the inside, but that's whatever. We'll get to that, like I said. We'll hollow it out once we have the shape we want. This right here, just to break up the fact that it's so round. I like that. I think I like that. This is not a bad spot to have bit flow down. It can pool up right here. That'd be kind of cool. Can carve out a little spot for it to do so. Style this back up so we can actually trim some things again. Yeah, I think this upper area is looking fine. We just got to get down to some of these. This is a little too smooth. I like when it has some more of these like flatter planar faces instead of this like perfectly pyramid style looking stack. Just trying to carve some different shapes in. Try not to do too straight of lines because that's boring. But also still trying to stay away from keeping things looking perfectly cube either, because I don't like that either. Yeah, like I do not like that, but we'll see what it turns into. We're getting somewhere, I think. I think so. Fix that big gap there I just made. Cut across here. This part looks strange. Kind of connect that over, maybe. That helps. I think this needs something just to break it up. Where is... regular sculpt draw? Let's try that. I haven't really messed with this a whole lot yet. Let's make this fine. How does this work? Does it have to be larger? Set the stone. Oh, the mask. I see. That's what was doing it. So I can use this to build up a bit of a ridge here. And then I can ever so slightly smooth all that. Just a little bit. We're getting somewhere. I like these more rigid lines. I like how that looks. Kind of picture if this was magma block or lava or something in some of these deeper parts. I think it'll turn out pretty cool once we get to the actual texturing. I think that's going to carry this a lot. We will find out. Let's see what we can make it do. I kind of want to have another lava pool down here. We got kind of an interesting shape going on. We carve some of this out. A little bit of a deeper spot. We've got this little lava pool up here, this little cascade lava pool down here we can do. Could have a tiny one right here on this little flat spot. Keeps it interesting, having little pockets. We will see. We will see. I think the front left looks pretty decent for a starting point. I think we can start wrapping around. Fix some of this perfectly round and smoothness that we got going on here. This should just be trimmed in. Try to cut some of these across so they blend a little bit better. And I want to also keep in mind how this looks from the front too. Because I do want it to still have a bit of an angle. But I don't want this perfectly round spot here either. There we go. I think that looks decent. Got nice flow down here. Cut that across. This could make for a nice little spillover. Back here, got another little pool here. And this could be spilling out this way too if we wanted. And into here. Let's see. Got a ridge here. Kind of got one here. Just see if we can blend this down. That's definitely helping the smoothness fade out a little bit. Turn this into a bit of a ridge. That might be too much. Dial that back. I'm going to carve this spot out some. Kind of round this in. I think that looks interesting. This is starting to look a little bit more interesting overall in the corner. We just got to blend these two together now. If at all possible. Oh, we have a hole there. That's why that looks so weird. Let's go ahead and fill that in some. We can just give ourselves a little ridge here, and then we can blend it back in. Take our smooth. I got this dialed way down, so it's not doing a whole lot. Then we can apply this back and just start chipping away. This we can cut into, round this out some. It's kind of forming slowly. There we go. That's a little bit better. kind of like how that works. So sometimes instead of actually drawing a line, I'm just like feather clicking my mouse, and it adds a nice little rigid pattern. That I kind of like that. So I can kind of just feather through here, and it, instead of dragging like this, I kind of like the different result it's giving. I think that's looking much better from here. Much better. I'm not totally in love with this front corner still, but I'm also not entirely sure what I want it to look like, other than it just looks a little square. Maybe I just need to chop it down. Or maybe it just needs some more added to it. Let's see. What if we just extend it down? Maybe that'll do something for us here. Then we can go back and... That's not terrible. Take the top down a little. It's kind of cool little shape now. Definitely digging that. I think that looks good. Turn. Still looks good from this side. Other than this very specific block right there that's driving me crazy. Let's just dodge these few out. That's fine. That spot right there looks a little weird. Being super tedious right now, but that's okay. If I don't do this, some of these parts are going to just bother me later anyways. See, like that needs... That's where, if I take this melt, I can probably just do something like this, and it breaks up that square chunk. I think that looks better. Yeah, I think we're happy with that side. I think we're just going to start wrapping around. Maybe I'll do this other peak from the front first. So this is the main peak here. Like I said, I was kind of picturing this was one massive volcano or something, and it like broke down in the middle. And I want to kind of sell that it like fused itself back together somehow. I don't know if maybe I should add some bigger boulders or something, or I don't know what I want to do yet, but we'll see. We'll see. I think to start with, I need to use, I think building up with the rock tool helped kind of get that initial shape that we wanted on the other side. So we'll do that again. So I want this almost rounded, like a half of a chimney kind of shape. And then let's see if we can melt that out to make it look decent. So if I can trim this back. I don't want this to be so rounded. Then we can start getting rid of this smoothness that we got here. Now let's make this 2 lanes here. I think I'm digging too much out of it. I want some angle left. Now we can kind of smooth this down. I might just have to add some more rock back in here. Because I want it to be steep, but I want it to kind of hold this line at the same time. So I do think I have to build this up a little bit. And then I do want this side actually to be... We can just trim this up, break it up some. So I'm not liking the round shape. Just looks so uniform right now. Give me this back. I think this is just going to be needed first. So we'll build that up some. I think it needs a little bit through here, and then we can, when we trim back through it, it'll have some ridges left. I think some of this helps. So we have this kind of flowing down, this kind of flowing down. We got a little bit of a ridge formed there. We can add to. And let's hit it with a light smooth. Then go back to melting. Let's carve this way back. That'll help break up the square shape there. Trying to see where the spots I don't like are here. There we go. I think that's looking a little bit better there. Got some really defined ridges on this side compared to the other side, but that might make it more interesting having it be a little bit asymmetrically styled. This can be... No. I think that's looking a lot better. So how do I... I'm not sure how to do that. There we go. This looks a little funny to me still. This peak. I think we just need to steepen it a little bit. Now we just built it up. But now we're going to tear it back down. Let's see, can I make this? Just a little bit. Want it to have a drop-off point. That might help it. Yeah, I think that looks better. Steep, but not straight. Oops. There we go. I think that's looking a little better right there. Now let's sort out this. I do not like how this is looking right now. Side's much steeper than the other side, but that's okay. Like I said, a little variation won't hurt it. Kind of like the little ridge going on there, actually. Needs some help. Let's see, what does this do for us here? Not very sold on this one. The spot in particular. Yeah, maybe if we melt it down a little. Not liking that. Don't like that. Break out that corner. That helps. See, can we just kind of make this a little steeper? Cut that out. This doesn't look like it belongs together yet. So we'll see if we can get it there. Gotta try to blend these in here. Just pull this back. That's not so bad now. This is a little weird right here. Then we can just trim this, blare it out. That's not bad. Back that up. I think that's a little extreme. I think I'm gonna have to add some blocks in there. And we can melt back over a little bit. That's a little bit better. And then we have this little pool spot. The shape is actually coming together. Not too bad. Not too bad. let's get some of this final part trimmed out. So we got kind of a natural run here to here, down like that. We could run it down like this and like this. We can go around like this. Down here. Down here. Just trying to add something to it so it's not a bunch of smoothed out cubes anymore. Because since I placed them, I know exactly where they are. Don't really want this perfectly straight line either though. So I'm going to trim some of this up. We're definitely getting somewhere. Let's break the smoothness. Break up the smoothness. Don't want it to look like it has too much of a pattern to it. I can tell I'm kind of falling into a rhythm here where I'm just like carving a line, having a smooth spot in between. I'm trying to break that up a little bit. Be a little bit more conscious of what I'm actually doing here. Let's shrink this down and then we can really just kind of add some thinner lines here. Like this just needs something. I don't know how to, I guess just kind of add some striation to it. Go against the grain a little. Cross the patterns. Breaks it up a little bit, but it does look very, like I said earlier, the kind of pyramid-like pattern where it's just like perfectly checkered on a diagonal. It really bothers me. So I'm trying to chisel out that as much as I can. Like these perfect little diagonal steps up, that I don't like that. So I'm trying to, like, I want it more randomized, kind of like that. I think that looks. I mean, it's bound to happen in some spots, but as long as we're not leaving large amounts of that, I'll be all right. I think I am starting to like how it looks quite a bit. Might be ready to start adding some texture to it. I think adding color is going to give us a better visual, and then we can kind of decide from there if anything is glaringly bad. try to make some of these a little bit more rigid, since that's kind of what I wanted it to be in the first place, instead of being all smoothed out like that. Yeah, I think we're doing okay. I don't think it looks too bad. That's interesting. All right. Try and figure out what we're gonna do for colors here. That's gonna be the hard part. All right, so let's start. Let's just go down and make a normal little Minecraft palette here. Let's just clear our bar. I do want a little bit of this in general for the ground. Maybe I'll use some of that. I definitely want to include some blackstone and some magma block. I think that will look good in the brighter areas. What does the gradient helper say? Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Give me my light back. There we go. If I do something similar to this, does I have a recommendation to blend those at all? Netherrack. Oh, basalt is a little... Oh, that's a creaking heart. Hey, thanks for sharing. I appreciate that. I do. Muddy mangrove roots is a nice little bit of brighter block, actually. That's kind of funny. That's not too bad. Or just mud in general is a nice mix-in block. Kind of like that. You can also place Let's go like this. There's something I can bridge, not bedrock. That's toxic. What about concrete powder falls? I don't like that. Pale wood is a bit brighter. That's not a bad option. Cobbled deep slate also is not a bad option. Very survival friendly. I don't know if I need a transition block here. We might just be all right. Minnie, how are you gonna hop in and out, drop a pregnant man emote? That's crazy. That's crazy work. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're just like, hey, I'm here. Pregnant man, bye. I think you're just scrolling along. You're doom scrolling. Are you bored? You're bored. You're bored. You're bored. That's fair. We'll take it. Let's see. Yeah, me too. Me too, me too. You feel me? How's that? That might be a thing. The question is here. Let's have a gander. Let's take a gander at it. All right. We have, so this is already grass. We can have, if the main thing is kind of blackstone, and then we have a bit of a mud. This might need a, that's a little harsh there. To go to this looks fine. Yeah, I need something between those. Then I think it'll be smooth. And then going this way, hey, where's my, give me my rock. This way, we can come down the brighter blocks. Brighter blocks. Brighter blocks. Yeah, we need something between the cobble, the mossy cobble, and the mud. And then I think it'll be fine. I kind of like the soul soil, actually. It almost looks like the rock's melting. That's kind of fun. And then I'm also debating doing something funky. Like if we had something kind of like this. I don't know if this would be. How would this even look? The lines are kind of weird, but from a distance, if you're back here looking at the mountain, that might be kind of cool. Or what if I just put regular ass lava in there? Am I resource pack makes the lava pretty colorful. Oops, get that out of there. I think that might be the move. The orange just adds a little, almost like it's got an extra glow. Even though with shaders, I'm sure it's going to glow pretty good, but that'll also contain the lava if I want to go on some steeper parts. So that might not be bad. Maybe I can paint in and run some lava behind it. So let's see. Oh, I was supposed to have cobbled deep slate between those. That's why. No wonder it looks funny. No wonder I'm skipping steps. Yeah, that helps tremendously bridge the gap. Okay. Okay. We got a bit of a plan then. We got a plan, I think. I might skip the glass. I might just run lava next to shroom blocks anyways. We'll see. We're gonna find out. Or honestly, what I might do is run lava, and instead of just the really bright shroom lights, put orange glass over them to diffuse the whiteness on them a little bit. I don't know. We'll see how it looks. We'll mess around. Let's see if we can crash the computer. Because it's going to get really angry when I try to make this whole mountain change colors. Think what I'm going to do is I'm going to run an auto shade from the blackstone to the shroom light. I'm going to make it put the shroom light in the darkest, what would be the darkest based on sun angle parts of this. And that'll kind of be as if the depths are the lava running down it, is what I'm hoping works. And the ridges should be blackstone then. We'll see if it behaves that way. I have a feeling it won't, but we'll see. This is a lot of blocks, a lot of blocks. Maybe I should hollow this out first. That way it's not so many blocks, because I'm assuming it's picking the inside of these two. It's gotta be. It's got 2 million blocks selected, right? Yeah. That's a little intense. Okay, so maybe we do that first. Can I... Actually, is there a... There's literally a hollow option. So I guess back to selecting it, and then let's see what it can do for us. I think that probably has most of it. I'm thinking so. It says 2.2 million blocks. Oh, that's a lot of stone. All right, let's see. What does this do? Did it work? I don't know. Yeah, we've been working on it. I'm hoping it's now hollow as well. It should just be the outside. Oh, yeah, that's so much better. Okay. I got some floaters, it looks like, but let's clear this because it's hurting my eyes. There we go. So to hollow, let me turn off the magic wand because it's tripping. I had all of this stone just built up from the all the stone was built up on top of grass, so it was one big mass. All I did is I used the magic select and I restricted it to only stone so it didn't grab the grass below. And once I had the whole thing selected, all you have to do is go to Operation and Hollow. It might not do what you expect. I've had this break a couple times. It worked nicely this time, thankfully, because this is huge. You can see it has a couple weird, like, I don't know why it decided to keep these random parts here. That doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. I'm assuming this is all just floating here, so I can just grab these floating pieces and get rid of them. But yeah, it's as easy as making your selection and then just going to operations here and hitting hollow, and it should work. If it doesn't, you probably need to like close any holes that there might be. I'll show you the top that's probably going to need trimmed out. So how can I just want to cut these. And I want to actually delete them. There we go. So now it's nice and empty inside. So if I wanted to do something in here, I could, and I probably will, truthfully. I can kind of make this a 2-in-1 biome. You can have a volcanic cave biome on top of the volcano area itself. But back to what I was saying about the holes, like all of my little lakes and stuff, or the actual spires itself for the volcano, I kept flat and filled instead of actually like making a hole here. So now that it's hollow though, I can come in and use this melt and actually punch a hole in it. So that's the only thing, is if your build has holes, you'll want to cover them over before you actually use the hollow. It'll just make this part a lot easier. And thank you for the rose, by the way. Yeah, so now we have this big hollow volcano. It's not looking too shabby. I don't know what that render error is right there. That's so weird. I don't know why it's doing that. But it's been there the whole time. So now, yeah, we can trim this out. So I wanted a hole here. Now we have a couple holes inside. So now I think we're going to reselect all of this big mess. Oh yeah, look at the difference. We went from 2.3 million blocks down to 140,000. Hollow is king. That's amazing. Make sure we have everything it should, because it's set to select up to 1 million at a time. Looks like we're good. Alright, now give my computer a second to figure out the rendering of all these blocks. Let's go up here to the auto shade. I don't want it based on my position. I want it based on the sun. We want it almost perfectly overhead. And I found this seems to be pretty nice angle. So we'll see how that goes. I don't want it to dither too much because I don't like when it gets noisy. So I keep that pretty low. we want this to be custom. We're going to use our own palette and have our palette down here. At least the starting point. So we're going to go, if I remember right, I think it's set up here as a preview. I think you want the darkest block here, but we're doing this backwards because we're treating the shadow areas as if they're lava. So if this is set up the way I think it is anyways, we'll see in a second. We will see momentarily. So now, and we don't want as much of this, so we're gonna lower these. And I want this to be a mostly transitional block, so let's see what this does. Hopefully it looks decent. I mean, it's just a base. We're gonna paint the crap out of it, but my fingers are crossed if it ever gets through. Oh man, that is wild looking. Okay, I think we need, we're gonna need some of our transitional blocks in here for sure. So what did I do? I did mud and cobbled deep slate. So we're gonna add those because that'll help narrow down where the lava goes. Now I want cobbled deep slate. Not infested. That's a nightmare. I want blackstone to be the dominant force in this. So let's try again. I think overall it's probably doing what I'm hoping it'll do. Give me just 1 second. All right. Sorry for the long break we had right there. Let's get back. I had an emergency call I had to take. So, but now I can see the auto shade is doing not quite what I want it to. So, let's see if I can tweak some of this and salvage it as a base, because it would be nice to not have to hand paint every single little detail. So looking at this, we are getting some. Actually, you know what? Seeing where these lighter blocks are is actually kind of working. It is kind of working, because what I wanted to do, in this, I can paint over this if it's too extreme, but I wanted some mossiness on some of these, especially a lot of this that blends down in here. I think that'd be a nice little way to blend it together. So let's see if we can get it to do that. Let's dial it way down though, way down. I don't want too much. Can it do it? Is the question. Can we get this to actually process here? Oh yeah, see, I think this is going to be super cool when I get it actually dialed in. The mossy light color blend down to the dark, more scorched looking rock to the glowy little bits. How much moss is up top is the question. Because this is where I'll probably come up here. I might leave some little areas. But for the most part, I'm probably going to paint a lot of this to be darker. And this is looking pretty decent, though. Let's go ahead and get a better actual view here. Let's go. Let's turn this up, because I think we're getting a little bit of fog interfering with our view. All right. So now I'm wondering if the sun angle is having impact on why I don't think it's really working. So let's just check all sides, because like I said, I'm trying to aim it so it's mostly coming top down. So the brightest parts should be where you see the mossy cobble and the moss. It seems to be doing that for the most part. This side's looking pretty freaking awesome, actually. Look, the lava flows pretty good. Not too bad. Might just be... We might just have to dial it back a little bit. I think the magma is a little overwhelming. So let's turn the shroom lights up a little. Let's turn this down a little. The soul soil is not very prevalent. I'm seeing it in some spots, but I'd really like to see it a little more clearly. And then let's try. Let's try one more time. Like I said, I'm just trying to get a base. I'm probably going to paint a lot of this by hand. But it's nice to have somewhat of a start. That way I'm just kind of like fixing the problem spots and adding extra detail where I think it's needed. I'm almost wondering if I should add grass in here too, just to make sure it blends all the way. But then again, I could probably just grab the grass itself and paint a little bit of a dithered gradient. That would probably work just fine. I can do almost the inverse of this to the grass near the mountain. It would probably work pretty good. We're getting a pretty cool pattern here, I think. You know, it's showing the ridges the way I want. This part right here looks really nice, I think. Yeah, I think we still just maybe have too much of the lava. Let's try this again. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty cool. And then where I really want the lava, because we're probably going to add actual lava to a lot of this. I think that's looking pretty sweet. I do kind of want a little bit more moss, though. Let's see. I have not tried World Painter. I'm using strictly Axiom and Minecraft Standard Creative. I've seen quite a few people use like World Edit or World Painter, or I feel like there's another tool I'm forgetting. I think the other one's Voxel Sniper or something. I think that's like the old school way of doing Axiom related things. Yeah, I haven't really messed with any of those. I feel like anything you'd want to do, you can do with Axiom. I mean, people have their preferences, but personally, I'm used to 3D software, and Axiom is so similar to 3D software that it's the one I figured would be the most comfortable for me to learn. I feel like I want this to be a little bit more. Maybe I do need more dither, because this is not what I want to see. That, or maybe I just need to turn the moss back down and turn the mossy cobble up as well. Let's try a little bit more dither here and see what it does. Do you do a lot of creative building, Gloopert? Since you brought up using, trying to learn World Painter and whatnot. Ooh, I think that looks better. Exclusively creative. Yeah. I play survival for like mod packs. But for my own building, I only really play creative. I am interested, after I've gotten some of these ideas down in this super flat world. I'm kind of using this as a testing grounds. I'm not really like actually making it look good and creative. I think I'm going to, like, once I see how these ideas work, how I like them to look, I'll probably do a survival playthrough and see what I can achieve in that. I think that'd be a fun way to kind of just spend some time doing similar things. But I think if I played creative 24/7, I think I would burn through my ideas too fast. Because, I mean, most of these, I've been ripping through them in like a day or two, and I think actually having to spend some time gathering and placing resources would definitely slow me down a little bit and give me time to really work out how I want them to be. So I'm a lot happier with the blend here. This looks more like just like overgrown stone now. I like how it kind of rides up the ridge. That looks fine. Let's see. We got a lot more soul soil in here. Like they're almost like scorch marks. I kind of like that. We got some of the light sources, but not too much. See, that's pretty cool. I think honestly what I might do is just add some lava on top. But I also kind of feel like it should maybe be orange glass instead of actual lava. I feel like having that much lava flowing would be problematic. Maybe it is a little too bright though, now that I'm looking at it. I wanted it to, especially up top, I wanted it to be much darker. So let's turn these down some again. See if we can get it to focus a little bit more on the black stone in the mud. And I might turn the magma block up some again. That feels a little better. It's stopping like here, as before I felt like it was all up here. Let's do this. Turn these up just slightly. What sort of builds do you typically like to do? Do you build landscapes and stuff, or do you like to build cities or organics, trees? Yeah, that's looking pretty cool, I think. I think we're happy with that. Spread the texture a little bit into the grass. Some of that rockiness. Maybe some small mossy boulders. Start working on the area around. I think we got something. So let's dial these out. This is kind of the pattern I want to work with now. So we can unselect the mountain. So I think that's an okay starting point. I think I want to work on the rest of the area around it for a little bit, and then I'll go back in and I'll figure out how to finalize the volcano. But I think that's a decent start. So now let's change this to grass. Gradient painter. We want some of this action. I need to add grass to this, actually. So it keeps some of the grass. We'll go like this. Just a little bit of rockiness. And then if I just paint this. Oh, no. We want noise painter. That's what we want. We don't want a smooth gradient. We want noise. That's what I'm looking for. That's this guy. Now we can add this and this. Change this to grass. Let's find a better pattern. Yeah. Grass more. Everything else less. Let's mess up the seed a little bit. Now, you can kind of see how it'll just blend it out a little bit. And I think this mixed with adding some bushes and trees. There, we can probably just make this bigger. Scale this down. Yeah, I like that. A little bit more scattered. Oops. Moving too many directions at once with my mouse. Then we can dial this down much, much more. And I can kind of sputter it out even further. And I'm going to let one of these run for a second. Run some flashbacks so I can show a progress camera shot. Okay. So I'm gonna probably use a couple of the trees that I made for the previous zone, but I want to add a couple new ones too. And then I also wanted, I like adding water to everything. So I'm probably gonna carve a little creek or something in here. I kind of have almost a natural little one already. I can see in the land. So I think what I want to do, I think first I should probably build up some extra rocks. I think that's probably the wisest move. So let's get a couple more rocks in here. Maybe we can make something. Oh, you know what? This needs to just be nothing, I think. And it's set to stone. Okay. Let's just get ourselves a little something here. That is really smooth, though. I don't really want it that smooth. So let's dial that down. Yeah, that looks better. give us a little something there. Come to melt. Oh, I did not see it extended backwards like that. That is not what we want. Okay. That one seems to be behaving. Okay. Now we can kind of melt these together a little bit. Just because this air, oh, well, now it should have a block in here. Get something here. Looks a little bit more connected. Try to shave off this squareness a little bit on this guy. I liked how square these ones were, but I'm trying not to do the same exact pattern everywhere, so we'll shape it up a little bit. And then we're actually going to cut this in some too. I think that's looking a little bit more interesting. There you go. Looks more like a pile of rock now as opposed to a bunch of square rocks. More so anyways. Yeah, I'm much happier with that. Okay. Now, I actually want this to carve in here. Just a little bit. Sort of trimming this out for a little body of water. And then what we can do is we can go block for the dirt. And we can go painter and set our block to something nicer like mud. And swap it over so it's nice and dark like the rest of the area. It matches this a little bit better. I think that's a pretty cool little start. Then we can trim out a little river here. I think I'm just going to bring it like this. Follow this little line here and make another little tiny pond over there. So I'm going to switch this from a cube now to a sphere. And I'm going to probably just make it about... Oh, that might be too deep though. So we'll just kind of... Oh, I have it set to this still. Actually, if I set it to anything, it's not going to get the dirt but not below it, so... I'm not exactly pleased with how that's looking to start with. I like this kind of shape that's here already. I like it curving back. Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe it needs to just come up and snake in here. Too much. Oops. Don't go through the bottom, please. Trying not to leave too many gaps in the bottom of the world there. Where I might just have to lower this again and then just trim that way. Yeah, that seems to work a little bit better. I'll just fix that myself. I'll just fill it back in by hand. Don't mind that coming down, that's fine. This can dial back a little bit on the bend. Okay, I think that's okay. And then where is... Actually, I don't think that's what I want. I think I'll just do it by hand. It's just easier. It's trying to load in Bedrock. It's a nice little break sometimes to just place a few blocks anyways. Then I can just paint over the bedrock anyways. It's no big deal. If it was actually there, that would have been fine. So what I can actually do here, just to make my life a little easier, so I should be able to just, maybe not. I'm not sure why it's misbehaving. Weird. Is there actually bedrock there? Oh, that was way higher than I think I wanted it. Yep. Way higher than I intended, but that's okay. Let's paste some there. No, not rotate. I want the arrow. There we go. Now let's just go back to our painter here and paint some of this in the mud. Mud and Moss are the name of the game lately, it feels like. Alright, let's change some of this back. Actually, don't want this clump here. That looks better. And a little bit of water. Too high. Come on. Can you contain? Why is it wanting to fill everything? Oh, because it runs out over there. I see, I see, I see. Where's my elevation? So if I just hold it. Ooh, well, that. Shrink this. That's a little bit much. That's weird. This is also kind of weird. Got a little bit of a hill here. Now let's smooth this back down because that looks really weird. Bruh. Deleting my mud. I think that's okay. It's something. All right, now let's try. water. I'll fix that little spot over there. All right, getting this smoothed out a little bit more. That's looking a lot better. We got a little bit of a water feature. We got a volcano. I want to add some more rocks around. And then I think we're going to start adding some trees and coloring a few more things. But it's a decent start so far. So let's see. Let's get our rock tool back. Let's get some cubes. Set this back to stone. I want smaller rocks though. I think we have enough big with just that guy. Well, maybe we go just another bigger one right here. Oh, my height is really low. Let's see. And then shrink it down. Get ourselves something right here. Then we can work in some smaller guys. And I'll melt these down, so they're going to be smaller than they look right now even. We're just trying to get some extra fun details. So we'll melt those down. I think that'll give us a nice little start, and then we can go. And I kind of just want to How do I want to do this? I wanted the bits along the river to be a little rocky, but I don't want it too much. So maybe I can just kind of go around like this. I think it just adds a nice little bit. That's interesting. Is the broadcast still going? Yeah, it looks like it just lost connection for just a second. Get some rocks. I want more. For sure. Because especially once I make these mossy and blackstone, I think that's going to look super cool. Just something extra. Wish this would place a little bit easier. I'm having to click like 4 times for some reason. Does it have a... Is it this? Showing black zoom. Maybe that's why. That's just how spherical they are. Interesting. There we go. Thanks. I'm glad you like it so far. We'll see. We'll see how it all comes together. I'm pretty excited to see once I start actually getting some of these other pieces added. I'm going to attempt my first palm tree today. But so far, I'm pretty happy. I think this has turned out much better than I expected it to, truthfully. I did not think it would look nearly as good. Oh man. I've literally only made 4 trees ever. So I am really learning the tree game, and it is a massive struggle. All right, do the rocks look lining it? They look pretty decent. I'm probably gonna sprinkle some more. Pregnant man. Minnie and the pregnant man. You can't build houses above ground. So what, do you live like a dwarf? One of my friends used to always make fun of me. He said, every time we play Minecraft, you try to rebuild Ironforge from World of Warcraft. I said, well, I just dig a big hole. I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is. Do you always join the Thieves Guild when you play Skyrim? We might be onto something. That is a terrible shape. Get out of there. Yeah, I think I'm just going to add a little bit more of this rubble around. That's a weird shape. That way it doesn't look like it's only by the... I don't want it to be exclusively by the river. It looks a little funky that way. That looks better, I think. We'll find out. It'll blend better once I add the mossiness. I haven't built a lot of houses. And most of the houses I have built have been in pretty significantly larger mod packs. Like all the mods type mod packs. It's okay. I think I get you. But yeah, I don't have a lot of building experience in general, honestly. Typically, I'm just like, oh, here's a kitchen sink mod pack. Let me go make a bunch of machines and not really build much of anything. I'm like a watch my machines spread across the lawn kind of guy. So I've been trying to get better and better at building. I like building in other games a lot, so I figured might as well learn Minecraft like the rest of the people. The almighty tower thingy. I think everybody's built a tower thingy. In 2D games, I don't mess with 2D games. If we don't have a third dimension, we out. Gotta have the third dimension. I gotta add these around just because I know I'm probably gonna do a shot anchored that spins around it, but I have never played Terraria. And truthfully, probably never will. I know I'm going to get some flack for that, but it is what it is. It's not if, it's when. Yeah, I mean... I understand the love for it. I just, you know, where's my 3D remake? Hit me with the like Risk of Rain 2, you know, bring that into play. All right, we got some little rocks now. Next stage. Now I think, do I color the rocks before I move on? I think we shape the big ones. Thank you. It's coming along. We're getting somewhere. It's like 30% done. I'm going to shave these bigger rocks down a little bit so they're not just so square. And then we're going to color all the rocks. And then we're going to probably sprinkle in the trees that we made yesterday. And I'll probably bone meal the crap out of this river. and then I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Kids at your school are too loud? Dude, just put in your noise-canceling headphones. Easy. Let's ditch our color palette now that it's been established. Oh, you know what? I think yep, thought so. I've been running a replay this whole time. That's gonna be terrible to my memory. Don't go under the grass, there's lava there. I didn't do it. Alright. So yeah, I think I'm gonna literally just tear some of these trees and bushes and slap them over here instead of making fresh ones, because I'm really terrible at it, and right now is not tree practice time. I've decided now is not tree practice time. But first we will shave some of these rocks. I want to melt them down a little bit. So let's get rid of some. Oh, bag it up, bag it up, bag it up. There we go. Let's shave these back some. Chop away, chop away. I think that looks better. A little bit smaller. Oh, that spot right there is bothering me. Yeah. Maybe we just yoink. Yoink. Okay. Get rid of some of it. Shave this one back. This one's way too big. There's no reason. No reason to be having all of that. You can have it spread out a little bit, but and it's a little bit more of an interesting shape. I think we're probably okay with that one now. I don't like that. Dislike, dislike, dislike. Okay. Get out of here with that. There we go. Let's knock this one down a little. Or a lot. A lot is fine too. Okay. I think that's fine. Now, I'm probably gonna auto shade those. So, let's see. Let's see if the noise painter behaves. So I want a tiny bit of moss. We're going to change this to cobble deep slate. Drop it down. Mossy cobble, moss on top. So, do I want anything darker than that? Is the question. Because if I look over here, I think that's kind of fine how it is. And then it'll blend into the grass. That's probably okay. So we're only painting stone. Yeah, we're definitely auto shading. Definitely auto shading because I don't want to. Yeah, that's just not going to look right otherwise. So, auto shader. Ditch the dark tones. Less of that, more of that. I'll just make them all even. That'll be fine. Let's check it out on the big rocks. Too much moss. Dial it way back. Try again. Gotta fix the sun angle. It's a little too skewed. Are we seeing not a lot of the maybe I do need to add just a little bit of the blackstone. Yeah, I think that looks way better. Now this can turn up, this can turn up, this can turn down. Try again. I think that's not so bad. Get these. Get some more of these colored up and see what we're rocking with. Oh, yeah, I think we're doing all right. Too mossy, though. For sure. This one is... These ones are misbehaving. Hey, thanks for the rose. Looper, you've been in and out all day today. What are you up to? What up, Josh? We're trying, man. We're trying. I think that's just how it's gonna be. Let's just grab a bunch of these rocks then, get them going. I'm trying. Yeah. Trying to make a world full of just plains biomes with water keeps being too high. Isn't the water level the same throughout the whole world? What are you doing to it? The terrain keeps generating to like below water level. Oh, you're trying to generate like a fresh world. I think I get what you're saying now. Yikes. Have you tried switching it to large biomes? It might sound stupid, but instead of... It might just make it behave differently. I'd give it a shot. I feel like the terrain generation is better with large biome anyways, personally. Hey, thanks for following. Welcome in, Solution. I don't even think I know about those days. All right, these mossy little rocks are... They're doing okay. I don't know. Take it easy. You have a good day too. Thanks for hanging out. Do I like the mossy rocks, or should I make them darker? What do you think? What do you think? Do they look okay as is, or should I darken them? I don't necessarily want them to stand out, but they blend in really well. I think it's probably fine. Because it just draws your attention to the volcano with these blending in like that. So it's probably fine. Just grab these last few rocks. Shade them up. Yeah, that's fine. It just adds a little something. Did I miss any? I think we're all right. I think that's looking all right. Okay. Now, got a couple things to do. Gotta add shrubs and trees. Gotta add actual foliage. Which we can do a little bit of right now, actually. Let's make this mud. Let's do the easy ones right now. Noise painter. Change this to seagrass. And sea pickles. And what else? I might just leave it at that. Keep it simple. I kind of like this pattern already. Is this the grass? Let's raise the grass some. Make the pickles a little bit more sparse. And it's placing it. No, that's not what we want. We want this. Below is mud. Current block is water. Grab an and filter. Put both in it. And apply that. Now, if I come through here. Oh, look at that. It's like magic. It's like magic. There's now grass in the water. That automatically looks so much better. So much better. Hey, Wasabi. All right. And while we're at this, let's go and just add some stuff to the normal ground. We'll get some short grass. We're not gonna do the tall grass, actually. Let's get some. Let's do some sugar cane. What else should go by the water? At least right near it. Like Owen Wilson. I have not heard that. I have not heard that before. Wow. Yeah. Well, now I have. True story. You're the first. It was really funny. The first like 10 uploads I had, every single comment was, "Wait, are you Technoblade?" I was like, "No." Sorry. I didn't mean to disappoint you and bring up those feelings. Nope, I'm just me. I don't know what to say. I'm just me. Oh! That was not it. Don't do what I just did. Okay. Will this work? What do we got going on here? No, sugarcane can't grow like not next to water, dude. I think I'm gonna have to do 2 rounds of this. I don't have a specific preference. I mostly just want to get some ideas out. I have like a list of different biome ideas and stuff that I've had for a long time, and just kind of want to practice building them in creative, and I'm using Axiom to kind of do so quicker. Once I've made a few of them, I'm probably gonna jump into survival and try to just recreate some of them. Like I made this one on Wednesday. I made this guy, and I'll probably try to recreate something like this. So if you haven't seen any of them, I can kind of show you real quick what I've been doing. So I made this one on Wednesday. Thank you. And this was my first attempt at the desert. I don't hate it, but I don't like the cliff pattern. It's too noisy. This one I like a lot. I'm much happier with this. Yeah. My idea was that this was meant to be like a lush desert, with some like colorful sandy mesa rocks, and then this was supposed to be like a canyon, more canyon style, kind of attached to it. I wanted like a transition. If I were to go from like a lush desert towards a mountain, what would kind of bridge the gap? And this was kind of my thought for that. So beyond this would be a mountain. Forest desert. Like just with a ton of trees and sandy. I had an idea similar to that, but instead of trees, it was like mostly tree trunks. Like that's why it was a desert. Because if you can imagine, if this cliff or rock here was like a broken off tree trunk, thought it'd be kind of cool. Like giant petrified wood. Like there used to be a forest of world tree, in quotations, kind of thing. I thought that'd be kind of cool. Big petrified tree stumps. Then over here we have what we did the first time. I can show you inside this dome. It's in a dome for a reason, I promise. So my idea was I wanted something underground. This is meant to be beneath the desert. If I can, I changed my keybind, so I couldn't remember how to crouch. That's my bad. I wanted an area under the desert that was more lush, and this is what I came up with. So I wanted a little preview. It's like a sunken oasis under the canyon biome is kind of the idea for it. You had to use a mod to fix the world gen to do what you want? Or did you find settings? Okay, now I can't see the way out, so I'm gonna just fly through. But yeah, that was my first attempt with Axiom. It turned out pretty cool, but a little smaller than what I would like. And then we did our lush desert, like I said. And just on Wednesday, we did this canyon on stream. So now, I wanted to switch it up. I've been doing a lot of desert stuff, so I was like, okay, let's do something a little bit different. So I'm working on the volcano. I have a long list of things that I could make, but I think I'm gonna do after this. I'm gonna try to do a couple more underground biomes or ravine styles. Not really sure how to achieve it in a super flat world yet. I'm probably gonna have to just build up some massive cliffs and kind of dig them out. Thanks for following, Zenitsu. But we got some progress. I'm overall happy with how this is going so far. So I think if I remove this, what plants should I do other than regular grass? Remove trees quickly. Like full trees or like grass and everything. Because you probably have to do it in like 2 steps. One thing you can do if you want just the trees to go away. I mean, you have leaf decay on, right? Because what I would probably do if I was in a regular survival, if you take this, you grab block like this, set it to the wood type, like if I had oak trees, I would set it to oak log, and then I would literally box select a massive area, and I would just do this, and then if you're set to only logs, like if you apply this, then it'll only select the logs, and you can literally just hit backspace. It'll delete all of the trees for you. Kiv, we were just talking about that. Wasabi's probably dying. Wasabi jumped in and said, wow, you sound like Owen Wilson. I was like, I haven't heard that one, but I've had probably a dozen people tell me I sound like Technoblade. And then you popped in and said that. That's hilarious. Thanks for the follow, Phil. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's been a ton of fun, honestly. I'm having a really good time figuring out Axiom. Thank you. I appreciate that. I am too. Honestly, this is my 4th project ever with it. I've only been using it for, in total, probably like 5 days. My channel makes it seem longer than that because of how long it takes me to post them all, but I've only been messing with it for like probably 5 days in total. But yeah, it's been super fun. Okay, let me know if that works. Blooper for the trees. I'm curious. Wasabi, how dare you? How dare you? Put the thumbs away. Don't do it again. Okay. Should we add something other than grass? Should we add a flower? Should we add multiple flowers? Sprinkled throughout here? You have no thumbs. Turning into an animal. No opposable thumbs. Reverse evolution. Should we? Okay, we're on box select. Let's go back to the noise painter. I've been using CurseForge, but you can use either. It shouldn't matter. Yep, everything here is vanilla blocks. Yep. All of my mods are just quality of life, or shaders. That's it. I prefer CurseForge just because I feel like the way you can package the mods is a little simpler, or at least I'm a visual person, so being able to see them just like in a profile that's just a little photo and then scroll through a list, I like that a lot. But CurseForge doesn't have everything, so sometimes I'll download things from Modrinth and add them to my profile that I make in CurseForge. So I use both, truthfully. But I launch everything through CurseForge. I just like the desktop app. Modrinth definitely has a better website though. Way better. And they seem to have more mods that are up to date. I don't know why there's even a difference, but there is. Okay, so we're gonna do grass. What is the what's the little light blue flower called? Not the cornflower, the yeah, this guy. It's an orchid. That's what I was thinking of. Blue orchid. I just want to sprinkle some color around on the grass. Let's see how that looks. That's definitely too much still. And then make this bigger. That's still too much. I just want some specks here and there. Yeah. Yeah. With the orange, the little blue in the foreground, we're cooking. And we get some grass. Sunflower and wheat fields. Oh, we'll get there. Not by my volcano, though. That's a fire hazard. Oh, just kidding. Fire tick is definitely turned off in every world I've ever played. I hate fire spread. I cannot stand it. I've been watching the new season of Hermitcraft quite a bit, and they have fire tick on. I would lose it. Well, yeah, I made it. I'm literally the volcano's father. Of course, I'm protective over it. What do you want all your you want all you want all your builds to burn down? That looks terrible. I don't know why I did that. There we go. And a little bit of grass really helps how flat that was feeling. That's awesome. You had a nice build burned down because of a lava gen? Well, hey, that was karma before it needed to be karma. That's what it was. It was paying you back ahead of time for bringing that up. Yeah, if you have normal fire spread on, I don't think anything saves it. I think straight up, if it's like within 5 blocks, it just catches. Unfortunately, that's why I don't play with fire spread. I don't want to have to think about it. Yeah, because I think, like I said, I've been watching Hermitcraft, and I think the way Etho explained it in one of the episodes is if you picture a beacon, but flip it upside down, every lava block can spread fire almost that far, like in an upward cone. Like it's tough. Yeah. It's definitely not good. Okay, I wanted to add a little bit. How do you select the wood while in box select mode? Okay. So here, I can show you. Actually, I have a tree. Check this out. I'll go over here to the big tree. Okay, so you see this guy. If I clear that, if you use this tool mask, you want to use the tool mask, set a block to whatever wood you're using. Can I just click? That would be super nice if I could. I think this is jungle. And then as long as you have this filter here, when you go to select, you just draw your box and you hit enter, and then it highlighted all that for me. So all you have to do is set your filter for whatever wood type you want to get rid of. It'll probably be a log instead of wood if it's naturally generated. So if it's oak trees, choose an oak log, whatever. And then literally just right click, and drag it to make it bigger and hit enter. And then you can just hit backspace, it'll delete it. Should be that simple. Anyways. You can't even see tool mask as an option. If it's not open, do you have up top here? You can see the little tool mask by the operations and window in the very top. Mine was not open by default either. When I did open it, I added it because I was using it all the time. So once it is open, you can just drag it to one of the sides and dock the menu so it stays there. Okay, so it did work. I kind of wanted to add... I might have to do it by hand. You know what I can do, actually? Using a tool mask. Because they're so easy and great. No, you can't do that. Don't lie to me. Lily pads. What do you think of that? And it should go on top of the water. Oh, 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 oh. Look at my brain is functioning. Just a few lily pads along the way. Can't believe I didn't think of that before. All right, let's add them in the cave too. Me too. Big time. I've seen people make fake ones by putting brown candles on top of sugarcane. That's pretty cool. It's better than nothing, at least. I guess. I mean, it's something. Oh no, it won't let me place it. Am I a liar? I thought you could this way. You can't place it there. Do you have to do it a special way? Is it like this? No? Ha! Made myself a liar. Look at me. Now, oh, we could do... Maybe it's bamboo. Maybe it's bamboo. What? There is no way I imagined this. Oh, you are so correct. You are so correct. It's a glass pane. That's exactly what it is. Yup. Yup. That is exactly what it is. See? This is, your brain's bigger than mine. I don't know why I thought otherwise. Cattail. Done it. See, the brown candles are great. And I mean, truthfully, like, if you were, that would actually make a really cool. I have a bioluminescent swamp project I'm planning on doing, and you just gave me a sweet idea to do blue ones. Oh, the copper rods. Yeah, where's the you could do these? Yeah. How's that for cattails in a bioluminescent swamp? Mm-hmm. You're cooking with gas. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because I was gonna make, I really like Skulk. I think Skulk is like the coolest block ever. And I wanted to do a swamp where under the water was mostly Skulk. So it had like, because with shaders, it has a crazy glimmer. And it looks especially cool with mud. Like I don't know if yours does this, but if I set it to nighttime. Yeah. Like the little shimmer is super cool that the Skulk does. And it looks especially cool underwater. So I was thinking a swamp. Like a swamp biome with these. And then my shaders also generate fireflies. So ignore the little green dudes. But with sea cucumbers in the water, Skulk under the water, you could make little blue light lit up candles. I was going to do soul torches instead of candles, but the candles are pretty cool. Because I have black light color on. So it's kind of like a cattail. What's the thing I'm looking for? Flint? That's what I'm looking for. Because these, I don't have colored candles on, so they would still look orange. I could get a pack that would color the candles to so the flame and block light color matches. I can turn that on, but I wanted it to be relatively vanilla. At least a soul torch is a blue light, you know, without a mod to change it. Yeah. Man, I haven't looked at the volcano at night. Oh my gosh. Sheesh. Yeah, the shroom lights are putting in work. Oh, yeah. Yeah, cool ideas, though. Cool ideas. Let's just get this out of here. Man, nighttime is a whole separate vibe for this place. I haven't looked. I don't think I really looked at this at nighttime either, and this has a lot of firefly bushes. Let's go see. Wow, look at the shimmer it has on the tops. No, distract away. I mean, honestly, that's why I stream it, because I'm learning. I don't know. I barely know how to build anything in Minecraft as is. So whether we can back and forth with Axiom, come up with ideas, that's the whole point of me streaming it. I'm here for it. So distract away, please. Giving me more fuel for ideas. Remake Pompeii. Just build like a zombie piglin village. We can build it out of blackstone like it's already scorched. Yeah, you can. Man, this looks awesome at night, actually. That's hype. I wanted to see, because I've been trying to decide whether I want lava to actually run down this or if I want to fake it with the magma and whatnot, like I did. So we're gonna do a small sample here and let this flow, although it's gonna go way down here. That's gonna spread like crazy there. The best way to do thick smoke is with glass and have it be fake. Just fake it. Let's see. This up here? You like this little thing? I was thinking about I really can't decide how I want the lava to be. Like I said, I don't know if I want to actually have lava flowing down because it's not see-through. So it's kind of boring in my opinion, even though with the shaders it looks pretty sick. So I'm debating painting in with a little bit more detail more of the magma and shroom blocks, and then I might actually run water and put glass in front of it. That way it still like has the fluid appearance and it's backlit orange through some orange glass. I think that might work, maybe. Or I might just throw orange glass down. I don't know. I haven't decided. It's going to leave some experimenting. But I think this is kind of boring compared to what we can make it look like. Yeah, even with shaders it does. It's just so repetitive, and honestly, I wish it was a little bit transparent. Which is probably achievable by editing my shader settings, but... Smaller lava streams? That's not a bad idea. Because, like, this honestly doesn't look terrible if I keep it to, like, certain areas. Your cat yacked on your bed. You better put that in the washer. Yeah, like if we flowed this one down into a little swirl. Or like in some of these spots, and then we could just Hey man, I'm allergic to cats. We don't let them around here. How do you get lava? How do you get rid of lava in creative? Do you just use an empty bucket? Is it just gonna give me a lava bucket? The lava? I mean, yeah, the transition of it's pretty cool. But truthfully, you'd have a lot more control if you did it with glass, and we could do yellow, orange, and red glass and probably get something that looks as nice as this, and then have it backlit with the shroom lights. So it still glows. Yeah, try it. That's going to take forever. But that's what I was going to do last. Yeah. Yeah, because that's what I was thinking. Probably, I mean, I do, but I haven't found a good way to place that much glass yet. I'm probably going to have to tweak the gradient brush and see if I can make it do what I want. That honestly was not bad though, how it just kind of like petered out right there. That was kind of nice. And then it trickled off into the lights. This is excessive. You're gonna miss this one? Yeah, the left side is not it. I agree. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm going to be tweaking this forever. I was going to wait for the volcano because I have another project that I was going to use to practice with glass. I feel like this is just going to be so sad until I figure it out. Let's make it a little brighter though. Oh, that's too bright. Or is it? It's going. It's just slow. See, it's going. Or is it? I could also go around with black glass panes and just really steer the lava where we want it. Which is also tedious, but it would look good. Because then we would still get these crazy colors. And you wouldn't really see the like dark gray or black glass panes very much at all. Especially back here, they would just look like a shadow. We got options. So we got options. I have a feeling though the best look is gonna be just making it out of colored glass. I think that's probably the best bet. What I foresee being the best option is coming in with a little tiny brush like this and just grabbing a shroom light and just kind of being like, hey, we want lava here. So we just kind of, and then we can honestly even, we could probably use a noise brush instead of a normal brush and have it do magma and shroom lights and then just layer yellow, orange, and red glass in front of it. I think that's probably going to look the best. Thanks for following. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the move. God, now that we had it nighttime, this feels really bright. This is what I had it set to, was noon. That's crazy. My eyes got to readjust. Okay. We got some fun details around the water. We got the rocks. Those are textured. We were going to stamp around some of these bushes and trees that I did over here, because I think that'll help just kind of bring this area full circle. And then we can make some palm trees is, I think, the next thing I'm going to attempt to do. And we can add those in too. And what else? Yeah, I think some palm trees would be cool. Even though I've never made one. We'll see. Oh, I wanted to know, actually. Can you place these anywhere? Or do they have to be... Oh, they have to be on grass. Dang. I was wondering if you could just, like, link these together like that. Like, literally like that, but floating to make palm leaves. That would look so cool if you could. You could probably debug stick it, but again, we want the vanilla experience. But people that build with debug sticks should definitely be doing that. I don't know why they're not. Because I know you can also make it so you get just the leaf. And you could even turn them sideways. That would be super cool. That would look really good for palm trees. Yeah. It's for shame that you can't plant them on anything. For when I make a beach. What kind of beach? Let's see. Do you want to see? Let me see if I can. Where is this? Let's see here. Oh, that's not what I want. I'll give you a couple teasers for what I have planned coming up. Hold on. TikTok is a little challenging for me. I don't know how to just like throw things up. Impatient. I am too. I get it. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I want. These probably aren't next, but definitely coming soon. So let me see. If I add an image and it lets me select. So can you see that? Should be able to. This is the inspiration image I was planning on doing for my coastal biome. I want to try and make these plants. They're meant to all look like coral instead of flowers, and I'm gonna slap them on top of mangrove roots and layer them in all the cliffs. Yes, but no. I'll show you. I did it in the desert as practice. But I'm going to include it. So if I toggle that off. So where did I gotta find where I hid it. It's over here. So coral, if you have it attached to a water source, then yes. So you can waterlog blocks. So I could waterlog stairs or mangrove roots or leaves and then have the coral attached to them and they'll maintain their color. So I was thinking I would find some blocks that look good with roots and then these could be like cliffside plants. And you can do all the different corals. Right? So you could swap that out if you want a different color. See, they don't dry out because they're technically still touching water. Because when I made the desert one, because I wanted this to be like a colorful, lush desert, I wasn't sure if I should run around and add things like this to be like a bigger shrub as opposed to just the grass, the nether plant. But all in all, I just wanted to make sure it worked because of that coastal biome idea. So I think that'll be super cool to try and do soon. And then, let me see here. Can I rename this one? So if I add another image, I'll show you one more. This is what I was going to use to practice my glass. I want to do a cold biome. And I want to try and make rainbow glaciers. I think would be super cool. I don't know if I want to do like full spectrum rainbow like this, but at least like 3 or 4 colors. I think would be super, super cool. Yeah, and you could fill them with frog lights or sea lanterns, have them shine through the glass so they're like lit up at night too. It'd be super cool. Imagine you have a giant mountain base and this is just off the coast of it. That'd be so cool. Yeah, super cool. And I have no joke, dozens of these. So that's why I'm using Axiom to try to crank them out kind of quick, because I can typically build one out in a day or two. And that way, you know, I can kind of just get these ideas out, see what I like about them, see what I don't like. And then when I do go to make my survival world, I'll have an idea of how I want them to appear at the end and how to go forward of making them. And then I can actually gather some materials and get going on it. So this is practice for an end goal. I haven't, but once I get these biomes established, I'll probably go back and add structures. So I'm sure as I go, I'll probably start with one that's more simple. I say more simple, that doesn't mean small necessarily. So, like, I really prefer the desert and the desert and the swamp are like my favorite vanilla biomes. I like the mangrove swamp a lot. So I could see starting next to a mangrove swamp, and maybe, especially if it's adjacent to like a desert or a mesa or a savanna even, and maybe build something similar to this in it. And then I could build like my starter base and my farms and stuff like that in a zone like this. And then kind of branch out from there and keep transforming the world as I go. Because terracotta is pretty easy. I mean, truthfully, something like this even is not too bad. It's mostly stone and moss. You can farm those really, really easy. This is relatively starter friendly. Other than the mass amount of shroom lights, and we'll see how much glass ends up in it. But other than that, it's pretty friendly. It's only a few materials and yeah, yeah, exactly. Did I not? No, I did. Okay. I was like, did I not fix my 2 tall plants? But they all look good. What do you think of these little trees? These were like my second and third ever trees. They're kind of funky shaped. The more I look at them, they're kind of funky. Let me look at them over here. Because I have a small one, a medium, and a bigger one. I guess they don't seem too bad even up next to them. They're not too bad. Did I really do that? I embarrassed myself. This is supposed to be tall grass. I only did the bottom half of it. Oh my gosh, I did that with both, didn't I? Don't tell nobody. There's so much tall grass that doesn't have a top. That's so funny. Oh my goodness. Yeah, because how different does it look? Because if I go to painter, how do I set it to? Needs to be the top, or does dried grass not have a top like normal tall grass? I don't think it does it? Yeah, because if I do this, it gets this little thing here, and then you have to say upper. Yeah, okay. So I didn't mess up all of it, only some of it. So the dried grass is good. It's this grass that's not good. Some of this tall grass. Yeah. It's supposed to look like that, not like that. I can't believe I painted in just the bottoms for this whole area and didn't realize it. It definitely makes a big difference. All right. Trees, make a palm tree, and then figure out the lava. We're going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, we are back. We are back. Rubs. Let's see. That's way too much. Way too much. Yeah, there we go. Hi, Risky. Welcome in. It is way too much. Trust. Hi, Hannah. Thanks for the like and the follow. Yeah, we got to drop it down. Well, not to not to that low, but we still want them to show up. That's probably pretty decent. We'll space them out some too. Yeah, I think that's better. That looks better. Maybe it can go a little lower now that I've seen the brush bigger. And if we filter it a little bit, that should limit it. Oh, maybe too much. Oh, did I do it wrong, actually? Is it supposed to just be... Get rid of this. Is it supposed to just be like this? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. No, that's still kind of spamming. Too much. There we go. I think that's a little better. Let's go a little bit more spacing. So I don't want them everywhere. Just somewhere. Some little shrubs. The shrubbery. That looks terrible. Can we fix that? Smooth brush is just so laggy. Let's see. Well, that is terrible. There we go. I just want to get rid of these hard edges a little bit. There we go. That's getting better. And we can go back to stamping in the bushes. Get rid of that. Make sure this only applies on grass. Now we have the bushes. That's a little too obviously in a straight line. I don't like that. Okay. Let's see if I add some of these little trees. We can space these out a lot more. A lot more. Yeah. No. All right. Got some trees. Let's see. Yeah, now we need some variety. We're gonna make a couple palm trees, I think. A little guy and a taller one. We get a couple different palm trees, sprinkle those around. Yeah, that'll look better. There we go. Let's see. one. I don't know if I necessarily want that. Let's see. How to make a nice palm tree. I don't know if I like the shape of this. I don't want it to be too large either, though. That might just be how it be. I'll just lower it a little, I think. I guess they can stay there for a second. And then what if I come off on like a diagonal for a couple? Does that work? I do not like it. And I don't really know how to fix it either. Should it be like this? Just have some more. Palm trees are hard. do think maybe I just need to what if we just shift these over? Will that help it? Oh no, that's not what I want. I want to literally take the selection, cut it, and if I move it down one, does that help it at all? I almost wish I could just angle it at like a 45. It's not terrible. Let's see. I think you really have to get the leaves at like 45-degree angles. You gotta like make them explode. That might just be too much, though. Yeah, palm trees. Palm trees, palm trees. What if instead of this one going down, it goes up? I think that will help, having a couple like that. Yeah, I think that's the way. So maybe on the diagonal ones, they go at different heights. Okay. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Just gotta learn the method. I think that's too high. These just need to be down at this height. Yeah, that's better. We're trying. We're trying. It's all right. I do like when it actually extends a little bit like that, I think. It's okay. I think this whole thing could probably go down a block. Would probably look good. Let's cut it. Whoa. Oh, I just... What did I just do? Oh no. Oh, I just broke the whole thing. I did. Dang it. What did I even do right there? Okay, I know how to build it. Hold on. Let's just start over instead of trying to move it with Axiom. Confusing myself. We have leaves. These leaves we bring out and down. Out and down. Like that. That's the start. Then we take it on an angle. Oops, didn't mean to do that. And then we bring it down. Hey, Josh. It's not going bad. Bloopert, thanks for another rose. We're just gaming a little. We're just gaming a little. Trying to learn how to build another tree. I think some of these might be too long. I think I hate that one. And this one. Put the one in the middle only. You think it looks good? You don't hate it? Can't decide if I hate it. Now the question is, can I do another one that's taller and a little bit more curved? Because that's what I want. I wanted a smaller one like that, that I can sprinkle around. And then I want another one that's kind of like this. A little bit taller. Like if this will be 2/3, the other one will be like 1/3 a bit taller and a little bit more curved. I don't know if I can, we'll see. So we did this last time, this is not bad. Let's do this. What if I want it? It's kind of, I think it's a block too tall. I don't know, I want it to reach more. I just don't know. Do I just do like this or something? I wish it had more this shape. More this way. I think this needs to be... Oops. Oops again. Oh my gosh. Can I hit the proper mouse key? I want it... I don't know, we're experimenting. Like, how do I take this? I have to pull this up. That's tough. Palm trees are hard, man. I'm not sold on that. I think it would be better to just do something like this. Yeah, I think that's okay. And then we can just try to make a shape again. That's not terrible, I don't think. Over here. All right. We're kind of working here, I think. No, I don't like this one. It needs to go up like the rest. That just looks better. These should probably go away. Maybe not. I kind of like that. Yeah, let's just try that again. Don't like that one. It's so symmetrical is the only thing. Like it's perfectly symmetrical. What did I do different here? I just shortened one leaf and I left one out. Sure. Shorten one. Nah, that's not it. What if we do that? I don't think so. At least that's not like perfectly matched now. I think that's okay. Actually, what if we... There's not really a reason to have that be there when we can just do this. Coconuts. I think that's okay. Let's see. Getting this like this. Those leaves are not included. See if we can get this one too. Now we can go stamping again. We have our palm trees. Palms, palms, palms. Only on grass, please. There we go. Now we can just put these around. That's not looking too bad, I don't think.
Touch me like you want me. Don't wanna forget what you feel like on my body.
It's had a couple going up too, I think. Like they're surviving on the mountain here. Come on. Place. There we go. Getting somewhere, I think.
Show me some movement. Yeah, you can do it. Get in the moment.
I do like how it looks now that we're adding some trees. Get some trees up here. Rotation is killing me. That's not too bad. There we go. I think that's looking pretty good. All right, I think for there, we're going to hang out here. We're going to leave it where it's at, and we will revisit later how we want to finish up the lava flow. That's really all that's left, I think, for this spot, is whether we want to have actual lava flow and steer it around, or whether we want to fill this in with glass panes, with some backlighting. I'm going to experiment with a couple different things. I'll probably just record it off cam and see what I can come up with. That way I can just kind of fine tune it back and forth. You know, it's going to be tedious and whatnot, so I don't want to bore anyone having to watch that, and it's probably going to rack my brain, so I'm sure I'll be sitting here silently thinking about like, do I like this? Do I like that? Going back and forth while I micro detail with the different brush tools. So I'll probably do that, and I'll record it and cut it up so everyone can see. But yeah, I think this is pretty cool for today. I think I'm not upset with it, that's for sure. I think it looks pretty good. I could consider this done and wouldn't be opposed to it, but I would like to see the volcano a little bit more polished, because I want it to be like an active flowing one. So I just want to see what we can do to take it another little step further, make it a little bit nicer. I'll probably clean up some of these patches, since they don't really make sense. Like if the craters are over here, you know, why is there lava on the back side of the cliff? So I'll probably paint in some of these spots a little bit more. I might recolor the whole cliff and just exclude the burnt parts, and then just paint in all the burnt parts by hand. That's probably what I should have done to begin with, but I really wanted to see what it would look like with some color in general. So this is what we started with. But yeah, we'll probably redo the cliff, and we'll see what we come up with from there. Thanks everyone that hung out today. This was definitely the most engaging and most fun stream we've had so far, so I appreciate all of you guys. And I will be back on Monday. We'll be doing this Monday, Wednesday, Friday again. So if anybody wants to join, if anyone has questions about Axiom, wants to teach me about Axiom some more, share biome ideas, you know, check out mine, whatever. If you want to hang out, come hang out. I'd be more than happy to chat with you guys and show you what I've learned and learn from you. So come hang out with me, and I'll see you guys next week.